Good morning, good afternoon, good night, whatever time of day it is for you. My name is Justin Coolamp, a whole host of names. And it is time for BorderQuest. BorderQuest is my annual playthrough of all the Borderland FPS games and all of the DLC that has a story to it. This is not necessarily a speedrun, but we will probably be going fast and using speedrunner tricks. Every year, for the past 3 years, I have decided to use a selection method that is different than what I used to do. We will be, for the last few years, we've been going based off of character class. Now, I divide the Borderlands characters into 4 classes. Soldier, Siren, Sniper, Specialist. We have done the Year of the Siren. That was last year. Before that was Year of the Sniper. This year is Year of the Soldier.
Sniper rifle and the crazy mask. You look like a trucker.
Which means we will be playing Axton,
I need you to
Wilhelm,
and don't let on that anyone is
Roland, and of course Mose, since Mose is definitely a soldier.
Me, but I need you to believe that I'm here to guide you. I'm here to help you find the vault. But do everything he says. You'll know what I mean when it happens. I'll contact you again soon.
Well, we're here. Don't worry about saying goodbye. I'm sure we'll be doing this all again soon enough.
Get off
Get
the
off
bus.
my bus.
For me, this introduction is still iconic. And I think it's one of those introductions that people kind of sleep on.
See you next time.
So real quick, options, audio. It's off. I don't know why I was muting it for the game. That's all right. Ha-ha!
Welcome to Firestone. I am CL4PTP. You may call me by my locally designated name,
Claptrap.
Before continuing, please accept this Echo communication device and heads-up display, provided free of charge by the Dahl Corporation.
Good morning, Kermit. It's BorderQuest time. And once I start BorderQuest, I play the games every day for a couple of hours at least until I beat them.
Great! I detect that your Echo device is fully functioning. This way, please.
Now, there is something interesting about this game. I am playing the Game of the Year edition, which means we get some nice loot. Now, something I don't think we knew back when we were younger. There's this up here. Bad repeater. Patrol SMG. Alright. Okay. Hive mind and violence. Okay. I'd have to actually get it for PC. But yeah,
Step right up.
yeah, so did I. It's the first thing I got a platinum trophy on.
You use this device.
I remember
Activate profile is
getting
automatically
lucky.
identified
I
and
found a
stored.
group way
Please
back
activate the new station now.
when it came out. I was playing online, and
Excellent. your DNA
Oh, PS4?
you have the best and horrific death and dismemberment.
I might put it back on my PlayStation 4 again.
Your new you will appear at the nearest
But
station.
for today, and it'll probably take a couple weeks of solid streaming, because you're going to see me streaming every day for the next about 2 weeks until I get the game finished, until I get BorderQuest finished. Every year I do this. And since Wonderlands is about to come out, I have to pay money for OBS, that's why. It's kind of interesting. You actually have better discoverability on YouTube. But you can make more money off of Twitch. But for me, this is all hobby. Well, no, it's not that. The YouTube algorithm will actually bring in occasionally small channels. And I forgot to record this. Doesn't matter. I'll get it downloaded. Like, this will be uploaded to my YouTube channel. Hi.
Really don't want me to come back tonight.
But yeah, I do BorderQuest every year. I think it's kind of fun. It's a neat way to go back and go, ha ha ha, this is what my childhood was like.
All right, we got guns over here.
Okay, let's see. No matter what. I have to pick up the repeater. It makes you pick it up, basically.
Wow, that looks like it could do some damage. Okay, let's get this.
I need to sell you.
These controls seem to be damaged. Have no fear. This isn't working.
Yeah. I have to check the prices on it. There's an actual cost to it. But with OBS and Slobs, which is what I use, which is Streamlab OBS, I've always called it Slobs. You can actually multi-stream with it. I don't know if you can do that with raw OBS, and I've been lazy about checking that out. Because my problem is I'd have to completely set it back up again, and again, I'm lazy, so. Well, I think that has to do with the time frame that they came out. The system limitations were significantly different. So you could do a lot more. Personally, one thing I am glad they didn't try to do. Have you seen the Game Informer cover for what this would have looked like? It was PS3. For that one.
I'm over here.
Compared to like PCs and the PS4, the PS3 is significantly less powerful.
Well, shoot, I thought I was a goner that time. Damn bandits won't leave us
But
alone.
even then, it still had a lot of limitations to it. Personally, I took a look at the like original images that were shown for
Give it a go from the switch out there, would you?
for Borderlands 1, and they look awful these days.
A new icon has appeared on your heads-up display. That's a waypoint. The waypoint will tell you where you need to go, depending on what mission is
The weapons
active in your
for
mission log.
Destiny were very closely related to these. Yeah, they do have some similarities to them. Hi, Zed. You definitely don't have a brother out in the wilderness called Ned, who may or may not be making zombies. I still think that Borderlands,
Thanks for opening her
Borderlands
up
2, believe it or not,
They don't let me
I
follow
think is
folks
still
on
more
board
popular
since
than
I
Borderlands
lost my
3.
license.
Now that we're done with all that, please follow me and I'll open the gate for you.
Vendors, you can buy all the healing you could ever want from a real doctor.
think they did a really good job building a base in general. The original writing team. Oh, you need to go back and try 2 again. 2 actually had a lot of oomph to it. There's plenty of content. It was fun. 3, I'm divided on 3. Because 3 actually has a lot of fun stuff to it. But it has a lot of moments that should have been written out of it altogether.
Oh my god, I'm leaking! I think I'm leaking! Leaking!
So, 3 has one big problem, and it has to do with the way the story's told.
Looks like you got the nine-toed skin.
The story requires you to constantly go back to Lilith
You did it.
to chit-chat
I knew
with
you were the
her
right
about
choice.
what you've just discovered.
Oh,
And
The
it
poor
basically
robot needs our
repeats
help.
information.
Would you
Something that
kindly
you
give it a
learn
hand?
whenever you start reading books.
My circle.
The boring books repeat
He
everything
isn't going
that
to
they've
last very
said.
long without attention. Why don't you look around for something to fix him up?
A really good example of this is the horrendous Handbook for Mortals book,
Get his neck!
where the author shows and tells.
Leaking.
He seems to be okay. Now is the time to get moving.
Oh, I have
Play
like
your part
5 or
in
6 books that's on my I want to read, but I don't want to give the writer money. It's the 3 Onision books, which are all garbage. And then there is Empress Teresa. I refuse to give the writer any money. If he was less of a douchebag, I wouldn't mind so much. Now, where are you at? There you go.
That ought to do it. I'll see you in a few.
There is a red chest over here. I have not heard of said book. We have Patrol SMG and a stabilized repeater. Now, one thing you will see me do a lot of is saving and quitting. However, Borderlands 1, even the Game of the Year edition that they re-released like 3 years ago, has a problem with the way that it runs. For some reason, whenever you save and quit, it just adds on to the resources used. And it doesn't add on to really the resources on the computer, it's just inside the game. And occasionally it will just crash whenever you save and quit. Yeah, I've written the one book. I'm working on a sequel to it, but I can't figure out where that story's going, so I've kind of put that off onto the side. I am currently writing a book about a demon. Hey, that might happen. Not to get political or anything. Yes, I'm aware of what a gulag is. Old fucker face in Russia might end up getting ousted.
You know what you need to know.
There's a lot of folks who are very unhappy with him. Yeah, I don't think I can pronounce that name. I mean, I could try. I normally get a shield by now.
I might not have a med school degree, but when you get shot, you'll be happy I'm here.
There we go. There we go. Keeping hive mind.
Thanks for the help. You ought to use the machine to sell some things you don't need.
Yep. I'm good.
First aid kits to use on the field. You need something? I think
People don't yet trust you. If you're going to ever find the vault, you'll need the aid of the people. Helping Dr. Zed with his nine-toes problem isn't...
So one of the things you're going to see me do early in the game is I am going to go ahead and get some levels. Once we get that bad boy there, the Outrunner, you're going to see me go straight to a set of areas that normally you would say, oh, Justin, don't go there. You're going to get your ass kicked. However, speedrunners have found a technique, and I'm going to show you the technique. Pop that head, watch it explode.
I'm out. Nobody kills my buddy. Bigger and back. Kill him now.
I've never fully read his work because most of his work can be summarized. And that's not to say he's a bad writer, bad person, anything like that. Okay, let's see. Shotgun. Okay. Let's see if it's going to be fussy and want to shut the game down again. Awesome. To Kill a Mockingbird's kind of interesting. People have gone back and reread that book after finding out what they know about the sequel book.
you need something.
And they have a completely different experience with
That'll
it.
do for now.
I'm going to wait till level 8 before I check another one. Really? A lot of his works can be summarized. It's the same problem that you have with folks like Dr. Phil. A lot of what they are doing, and the same thing can be said for people who
One more step
think
and it'll be your
Medea
last.
is this scion of black
You
culture.
should have seen the look on your face.
It's a lot of home-fed answers to more complicated problems. Using Peterson as a really big example, his 12 rules, all you need to see is the 12 rules and know what he's saying. Who has some intellectual? Yes. Yeah, all he's saying is common sense phrasing. That's not a joke. That's not an oversimplification. keep your house clean, one of his rules, how does that need to be explained any further? Let me see. Has anyone else ever put it in a more succinct form? Judge, yes, not yet ye be judged, or however it's phrased. Yes, he is a clinical psychologist. I never said he wasn't. Yeah, and I don't need to know, I don't need to read Twilight to understand the in-depth plot to it either. The rules should be the explanation, and they are. None of those rules require any complicated thought. Not a single one of them.
You're not a skag, are you? No? Well, lucky you.
You've done well. I've decided to reopen my Firestone franchise thanks to you. Head into town and buy some new gear.
But there's no new information there. If I say don't shoot your gun in the air,
Getting better.
do I need to go through and explain why you don't need to shoot your gun in the air? No, I don't. And that's the truth about it. I do not need to explain something. I have read a chapter of his book. I was waiting for Laura to use the restroom in a Walmart. And a lot of it boils down to simple, homespun answers, which is why Dr. Phil got so popular. You take a situation that is complicated and you boil it down to its simplest root components.
You don't need to be a better shot. You just need to shoot more bullets.
Nah, nothing good.
Even the best gunman gets hit from time to time. So make sure your shield is up to par.
Not a bouncing Betty.
Don't let the lance get the upper hand. Get a better gun today.
So the rule works. Then there needs to be no explanation for the rule. It should be self-explanatory. A really good explanation of this is we're going to go to a musical band for this one, The Offspring. You know that part and Keep Them Separated? That's because Dexter, that's the front man's name is Dexter, was a chemical biologist.
Always nice to
And whenever you're
company out here.
No, it's not up yet. That's right. I gotta do Nine Toes first. So, the song "Keep 'Em Separated" comes from a rule in chemical biology where separate samples are kept separate. Yeah, it seems kind of self-explanatory. That's a rule. You can snipe him. No, you can't snipe Ninetales. You're thinking of Bonehead. Bonehead's on the way. Nope. It is keeping separate, keeping samples separate. That's what it was all about. I'll admit, it's a nice hook. So that was just to get into that talking about a rule is the centrifuge is a different process altogether.
Nailed it.
Oh, the song doesn't actually go into it. It was just a segue.
Oh, that hurt.
You are about to face your first real challenge.
But no, there's a lot. Most rules should be self-explanatory.
Bullseye.
If you have to go through and over-explain them, then they're not a good rule. I'll use what I do for a living. I have to do soon because I now have all the accesses I need to do many of the base functions of my job. There is a sequence of events that you have to do things in to get the spreadsheets to work right. If you do them out of order, the spreadsheets pull the wrong data. And it does the math wrong on them. So the rule is, do it in this order. And that should be enough for you to do your job right.
Breaking up. Nothing knocks on my way.
Flipper.
Up in the kill cap.
Ooh.
Armaments here.
Come out and play. Now I got that song stuck in my head and it's my own damn fault. But no, none of those rules need to be deconstructed and reconstructed to show how they work. Let's see. Guided missiles. I'll go for damage build for this time through.
That was the first step on your journey. You must listen. Who I am is not important. The first thing you must know, the vault is real. People will mislead you. They will try to use you, and you cannot be swayed.
Yes, and he also compares us to lobsters too, and about how we can be happier by living simpler lives.
This world is full of dangers.
I'm not gonna discredit
yourself and go.
Peterson.
I'll be watching.
Some of his work is actually really good, but to use a really decent example is the he compares the serotonin in lobsters and says because of the way that they want things and the way that we compare our happiness compared to other animals, Someone has deconstructed. Oh, yes, he did.
Get your mans here.
He very much did.
The best defense is not a good offense.
Yay, bouncing Betty.
It's a good
Let's.
defense. So
It's
get
2K?
yourself a
Okay.
shield.
He related the way that we feel happiness directly to the way that, Yup. And because they are simpler creatures, it is one of the ways that we can simplify our lives. I forget the exact passage because I haven't read it in a while, but people have gone through and debunked that. And that would be an appeal to nature fallacy there. No, people have gone through and debunked that. He used very specific research. And he misunderstood what the research was looking for.
Hey, why don't you come over here and chat a while? Getting better. Always nice for a fellow to have company out here.
And again, I'm not saying... I'd have to look him up. They were on... I used to be in very specific types of circles before. And I moved away from those circles now. But people have gone through and debunked that research before. Yeah, some of them are not that.
Well, I'll be damned. Killed nine toes.
Now, if you're sitting there... But that doesn't mean you're wrong either. That's something that some people take way out of place. You can debunk someone without having to be an expert in that field. So sad. That looked like it was a double anarchy.
Only buy the best. If the vault is real, you'll be able to afford it.
Education does not equal understanding.
Wanna shoot a lot of
This is something that does happen a lot.
has your needs covered.
Just because you're educated does not mean that you are...
Thanks to you.
Oh, I... Gotten that one? Okay. I know where I'm at. But how you... This is one of those issues that's in a middle ground. How do you define an expert? Normally you would say, well, you have to have the education, or a degree, or something like that to show that you're a subject matter expert. But take the work that I was doing at USAA. I was a subject matter expert in everything on that service desk.
Hey, newcomer. I've been looking.
Even if I'd never gotten the formal education that I had gotten, I still would have been a subject matter expert. And that's kind of the catch. But yeah, I don't think Thunderfoot, because I haven't seen any Thunderfoot videos in a long-ass time. He's only gotten around to, like, debunking, like, technologicals and scams, and I haven't seen any of his, but there are a few people out there who have looked at his work and said, yeah, I'm not touching this. This is obviously conflation. But again, like I said, so, again, this isn't to discredit Peterson. Psychology and psychoanalytics are not the same thing. Biochemistry is not the same thing as psychology. Granted, they have a lot of overlap, but they are not the same thing. Who was it that that Dr. Ben? He was appointed to a housing director a few years ago under Trump's administration, where he was a neuroscientist, and he was appointed to a position that had nothing to do with neurobiology.
Efficient and effective. Mowing them down. I love this damn thing.
No, but that's the point that I'm making, is just because you're a great psychologist does not mean you're a great biochemist. Did I miss something? I think I missed something because there should be a quest point up here.
This'll help.
Yeah, there it is. I walked past it. And you get right back around to the crux of the argument. Even though he may not even have any information in biochemistry, that doesn't mean he can't understand it. There's a lot more to that subject. It's not a 10-minute conversation, as the way some of my professors would put it. What is an SMS? Because I know the dude has multiple doctorates. Oh. In psychology, yes. Especially family psychology. But again, this is where we get into the parts that take this from a 10-minute conversation and drops it. Yes, he does. Last time I checked, and my information could be wrong, Peterson isn't one of those people that I pay a lot of attention to. Shabe. Sure, whatever. I never asked him this question, but I'm pretty sure he might equate abiogenesis with with evolution. Do I personally know? 2 or 3. If you're talking about people that I either follow at one time or another, several. I'll talk to you later, man. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, I'll be out of ammo before I get through with this section.
Oh, yeah. That was all
Awesome.
me.
New shield, Baja's leg. Thank you for the
Always
gift
nice
sub.
to get resupplied.
You are going to see me go ahead and sell all this stuff off. I do have to get to a certain level before I continue on. Nine Toes, in my opinion, is the first real stopper in this game, and it's because he is the way that the game runs is it runs off of a leveling system, obviously, but the further you get away from that level gap, the more or less damage you do. People have done the math, like speedrunners specifically have done the math on it, and it is something like 50%. 50% for the first, just in case, and grenade. That 50% is a huge drop in damage. And that's just from one level. And then the further you get away from it, the further it goes down. I think at 2 or 3 levels, it is something like 25%, followed by you're doing 15% of damage, 10%, and then you're barely doing any damage. I don't think you can get below 1 in the game.
Did you know that by aiming your crosshairs at an enemy, your HUD can display your target's level, health, and shield strength? The higher level an enemy, the more dangerous they will be. If you see a skull, you better get out of there fast.
It's like having another soldier on the field.
Oh, look at that. Another popped in the mouth. Once I get rid of you motherfuckers, I'm going to... New shield. I do appreciate the gift sub if you're still listening. One day I will eventually get my my first payout from Twitch TV. Extra bullet damage. Whenever I restart BorderQuest, I always forget in number 1, you did not have regenerating health. Haha! But yeah. With Bonehead coming up, I always do these quests. They are normally pretty quick, if I don't skip things. And you can actually tell this is the updated version because you have a proper mini-map. A lot of quality of life of updates in this one. Let's toss out a couple of bouncing betties. Now, the reason we get a bouncing betty is here in a few minutes we're going to end up across the gully and we're going to be able to go to these caverns. Said caverns is a speedrunning trick. I wouldn't call it an exploit, but with the way the worms are programmed, you can instantly kill them if you blow up a specific part underneath their body. And blowing up that specific part of their body absolutely is important to do because you get like 4 times the experience you normally would doing any other method. That includes what I'm doing now with grouping quests together. The reason I'm coming back here is there's a chest back here, and I want to see if there's a double anarchy in it.
Always room for more loot.
And the rolling in this one is so much different than the rolling in the rest of the games. Got there was a badass in there.
Are we keeping score here?
Okay, sniper rifle. I could have seen that from the other side of it, but still, a bunch of stuff to pick up, which is good. Yeah, Bonehead is either a level 11 or 11-12 monster enemy. And with my current level, you can see why it's important to get those extra levels early. Again, a lot of it has to do with the damage calculations in the game. And those damage calcs matter. Although, I'm going to talk about it.
Nailed it.
I am looking forward to the new Pokemon.
I'm out of match. Woo! Another one bites the dust.
Oh, that's right. I completely forgot about that restarting this game. This is the only Borderlands that does this. And for anyone who's played Borderlands games, you know what I am talking about already. The game actually has weapon proficiencies. Each character actually does better with specific weapons. Mordecai is better with snipers. Lilith is better with SMGs. Roland is better with machine guns, and Hulky Boy, Brick,
Never have enough stuff.
is good with shotguns. But here's the catch. Those weapon level ups actually help out with your overall DPS.
Getting better all the time.
Okay, I think we're at like 50% base damage. My base damage I'm going to be able to do to what's his face. And that's going to change. I should be able to reach level 10. And I'm actually going to do something. It's my early grind. My favorite, hands down, weapon is the Double Anarchy. And I will admit, the reason I like the Double Anarchy is because it's broken. I don't mean, oh, it's a little broken. I mean the Double Anarchy, especially one with a 10 or higher firing rate, is broken. And I use the early game to try and grind one out about level 10. Because even at level 10, that double anarchy is gonna mess you up. The first year that I actually did a proper border quest, when I dubbed it border quest, when I did it, I got a double anarchy at level 9. And it lasted me all the way until level 34 when I was in the DLC. I was on the General Knox's armory when I finally had to switch out the double anarchy for a slower double anarchy.
Hey, why don't you come over here and chat a while? Always nice for a fellow to have company out here. I hate to send you away.
Love the double anarchy.
I gotta go take
And Bonehead, once again, is a guy I do not like to fight. He's annoying, he's frustrating.
Thanks to you, no more bandits.
Okay. Let's see. Relentless. Surplus. Now, I don't do long grinds on these. I grind it for 5 times and then I just move on. If not, I casually. I played this game casually last year or the year before last. And something super casual, nothing like what I'm doing now. I work this machine over. And we're going to do one more of these. Now, there are pistols that actually have some of the double anarchy qualities. You can occasionally get a... So the way that the system works in Borderlands is that it uses parts. So every part you see on the gun... the frame, the magazine cartridge, all of those can be spawned in with different parts to it. What happens with the double anarchy is you get a trigger that doubles your bullet output, and you get a barrel that doubles your output. The more in-depth advanced players know, like, they can take a look at any of these weapons and tell you what they are. They can go, that's a patrol SMG, that's a surplus SMG. Like this, Double Fury. This is what I was talking about. But there's no double anarchy version of the actual pistols. There's only the Double Fury, and there's something else. But I don't think anyone has seen a double anarchy version of the of a pistol. Hostile, incendiary, cheap. Okay. Let me go ahead and refresh my ammo while I'm here. Marcus means he'll rob your corpse if you don't pay attention. Okay, first off, we're going to swap out. Oh, another thing about the Game of the Year edition, as a part of the re-releases, you actually you start out with 2 legendary weapons from Gearbox Manufacturer. And these weapons will carry you through the game. Until you get something that is, like, significantly better. Double Anarchy. So what we're going to do, we're going to take the hive here, which is one of those special weapons. There's a total of 6, and every time you create a character, you can get one of those 6. There's also a sniper rifle, the only reason this fight was so easy is because I had that. And then we get the Bone Shredder. The Bone Shredder has, I think, the trigger is always the double portion. But yeah, this'll help carry us as well. The only thing that, in my opinion, holds the Bone Shredder back from being like just the best there is has to do with the speed. That's a decent speed, but it's nowhere near what I'd like it to be. And if this is your first time being here, BorderQuest is my annual playthrough of all the Borderlands games, starting with Borderlands 1, the pre-sequel to, and followed by 3. The reason I'm doing it at this time instead of normally later on in the year is because Wonderlands is about to come out, and I still don't know if I'm going to add it to the BorderQuest lineup. BorderQuest is a lot of fun for me. My little brother was here, well, my younger brother is a better way to phrase it. My younger brother was here a few minutes ago, and we were talking about Borderlands and some of the impact that it's had on us. And this game was one of those games that me and him, by the time it come out, we hadn't been living together anymore. But it was still just one of those games that we both played together. And it was nice. It was a fun game to play. And then after all was said and done, I really got into this series. I think that there's a lot of strong influences in this game that's influenced in other games today. One of the things that's probably common is kind of the way the HUD is set up. You see this very similar HUD with a lot of other games. It did by no means revolutionized it, but there are things that you see in other games these days. I ain't killing Sludge yet, but we're gonna get there. Sledge. I mean,
skinned his entire.
We're gonna drop you right there and blow your body up.
Tough luck, but that Shep is a good kid. I'd appreciate you helping him.
This man, Sledge, has something we need.
Is it a vault key fragment?
Sledge is a
which
bad man
all of that
who's
shit
got
gets
terrible
retconned in
feelings
part
that
3,
defines
which is
him.
stupid.
Do what you must.
Like, once I get to it, you're gonna hear me complain a lot about, like, the story and, specifically the pre-sequel in 3. Anthony Birch and, Gearbox founder and current CEO and president and all that stuff, Randy Pitchford, they got into a falling out when the Gamergate shit happened a few years ago. If I recall correctly, accusations were thrown around, and neither party liked it very much. Randy is often seen as kind of a tyrannical figure over at Gearbox. And that may have been one of the more influential factors in his party. Okay, we're gonna run out of here and run back in. But the writing in 3, you can really tell that was where Birch was no longer either writing because he wanted to, or he was being forced into some kind of box. Because the Calypso twins, as antagonists, are garbage. Yeah, and this is the whole problem with this first grind is I'm not as good as the speedrunners are, because they'll get them every single time. Like, I'm talking every time. They'll be able to pop these guys like they're nothing. And the reason I'm doing it this way instead of saving and quitting is because saving and quitting creates a stacking issue on the game, and I want to avoid doing that. There we go. Go. See? Not doing a lot of damage to these guys. And that's again what I was talking about earlier in the stream is the damage scaling is entirely based off of your level. These guys are, once I get the proper depth to pop these guys, you're gonna see me pop them left and right. There we go. I'll actually go with that. I like fire rate up. Yeah, so here's the catch about this. Once I get down the right place to hit the grenades, I start just obliterating these guys. But the problem is, by the time I get it down again, I'm already ready to move on. Oh, it didn't save my level. Now, this is a small problem that will occasionally happen. Because I joined into the game and exited out too quickly, Occasionally, it will forget to save the data, or I just go too quickly. And it results in a rollback.
Customize your grenades with a new mod today.
Getting better all the time.
Yeah, once I get the like right timing for it, every single time, that's when I'm at like level 15 or level 16. Before I go through and I start rumple stomping everything in this section of the game.
Step right up. This place is available on all weapons and gear.
We're gonna leave that behind. So because of the way I'm grinding out these levels, I actually do have to buy several grenades every time. So I need to continue to have more ammo. Which means I'm going to come over here. I'm going to check this red chest.
All right, we got guns over here.
See, like right there?
Oh, you know that hurt.
But now I have more money. I can spend more money to get the more explosives. Blah, 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 blah. And for everyone who's here, I want to say thank you. I always appreciate BorderQuest because it reminds me how much we can just like walk past these games that are really like this is a good game. People can argue the graphics are out of date and stuff like that, but overall, this game is still, in my opinion, fantastic.
Whether you are killing bad guys or exploring the unknown, you need a trusty gun by your side.
Come on. There we go. Then we're going to run past all these guys. Now, there's another reason I checked this chest. I've gotten a double anarchy out of it. I've gotten double anarchies in probably every type of drop you can mention. While that's going off, come over here. Ooh, look, more grenades. And I don't really want the grenades from here for the next farming session. See, like that? That right there is just me being shit. I'm going to sell the 2 guns. 2 guns going to buy me another round of grenades. Blow more things up. And what happens is this becomes a lot easier the higher level you get, because right now my damage reduction is stupid. The only reason this is possible is because of the way that the worms work and how you can get basically a quick kill off. Come over gonna compare. We're just gonna grab some more grenades.
And back.
Kind of like that. I am not afraid to use speedrunning tech. I am not afraid to be a cheap little ass bitch either when it comes to this. Oh, I feel awesome for something that I shouldn't feel awesome from. So, Keith David is one of my favorite voice actors, and one of my favorite actors in general. He posted a TikTok like a week ago, showing off a suit.
Always room for more loot.
Oh, it's only a patrol. And I'm like, you know what? I watched that video closely. I was looking for a suit change. And the reason why I said that is I just, like, 2 days beforehand had watched Tales from the Hood 2, which is a anthology horror movie where Keith David is playing a figure that is, it's Satan. But as the anthology moves along, and this is an old anthology, so don't bitch at me about spoilers. As the movie moves along, he subtly changes what he's wearing throughout the scenes. So at first you have a mostly black outfit with red highlights on it. Then when the first story concludes, you now have him wearing a, the coat now has red highlights to it. Not just like his lapels. Then, on the next scene, his tie is red. I forget the exact sequence of events, but slowly you see it goes from just being black to being this black and red. It goes from being black and red to being red and black, which is a great piece of visual storytelling that if you're paying attention to it, you're going to see it come. And I mentioned that, and if someone else is controlling his social media, congrats on them, because that made my day. See, by the time I start getting these kills down easier, I don't need them as much. But yeah, Bouncing Betties works best in this. Mervs will work too, because Mervs can hit their crit spot. Transfusion. I will pick that up, because I'm going to use that later. See? See the difference now? I can now kill these guys myself without the need of grenades. I'm still going to use them.
Nailed it.
Now, one thing that happens, you're already seeing it occur. The amount of damage I'm doing is also going down.
Target hit.
The amount of experience I get is going down. The reason this works so well as an early grind is because these guys begin out giving you a ton of
Oh, you
experience.
know that hurt.
If you're paying attention, it was around 12,000 at the lower levels. Now that I'm level 13, it is now only 9,000. And we're gonna see if it's gonna show me screen tearing here in a moment or two.
Only buy the best. If the vault is real, you'll be able to afford it.
Ha-ha! Bullseye!
See? This really is a good and efficient grind if you can get it down.
Bigger and back. Nailed it.
Then we have some more over here.
Target hit. Oh, that hurt.
Now, to my knowledge, there is nowhere else in the game that you can do this type of grind. That is nearly as easy, nearly as
This'll help.
efficient. Because watch.
Ram his face. Elite my ass.
2,000 experience points for that. And you can see how much it cost me to actually get that pull from it. My question today is, am I gonna hate watch? Oh, I see what's going on. I know why it's behaving like that now. Okay, cool.
Going up against a better-armed opponent, you need a better gun.
Then we're gonna switch back over here. Fucking Activision blaming Microsoft for their
Oh, you
women's
know that
issues
hurt.
at their fucking company. That shit still makes me laugh.
Ha-ha! Nailed it. Target hit.
not getting these shots. There we go. I mean, it could just be the explosive damage that does it. You'll also see my sledge fight is by far easier than how most people have it.
Nice to get resupply.
You found a shock weapon.
You found a shock weapon.
It's hard to seek new opportunities with old equipment. Upgrade now.
All the time.
And now, I'm just killing them. Yeah, this is a early and good grind. If you're ever playing through the game and you don't want to have to do all the side quests to get leveled up in order to do it, this is a great place to start.
Bullseye.
Bullseye!
Nailed it.
I am really looking forward to Wonderland. I saw some gameplay of it. It's got a lot of similar things going on with like Borderlands 3 with the HUD layout. But I think all the stuff that I saw from like Killer 6's stream showed a lot of improvement on those systems. I don't know if it's going to make the Wonderlands. I don't know if Wonderlands is going to make the BorderQuest what the hell? If it's going to make the Borderlands, the BorderQuest next year for 2023, which is going to be the year of the Specialist. You may have heard me say these terms throughout the day. So I divide the base characters, because we're talking base characters here, not any of the DLC characters, although they typically fall into one of these categories. You have 4 primary groups of types of characters. Soldiers, Roland, Axton, Wilhelm, Mose. Sirens are self-explanatory. Every game has a sniper. But then each game has something that doesn't fall under any of those groups. And I call them specialists. Now the S thing kind of formed on its own where these are all S names. But soldier is anything with a turret or a former soldier. So Roland, if I remember his backstory correctly, is former Dahl. Mose is former Vladoff. And Wilhelm is directly a soldier for Handsome Jack in the pre-sequel. Then you have to define who the sniper is. Now, the numbered games, 1, 2, and 3, that's all kind of self-explanatory. But the pre-sequel actually had a problem. Nisha was kind of the sniper of the group. And then they let out the DLC with Baroness Aurelia, who is a sniper's-focused character. So where does that put Nisha? Nisha is still considered a sniper of the group. Ooh, rockets. And this was our last time. From here on out, most of the levels, I do have a few other grind spots that you're going to see me use. But this was the primary one. Nowhere else in this game are you going to see me stop wholesale and just level. Save, quit, level. Save, quit, level.
Bigger and better. Target hit.
And that's the last level we're going to gain here. You're not going to see me using a lot of combat rifles. Those are just aren't my jam. You'll also see that I basically walk out of here with about the same amount of ammo that I walked in with. That is normal. And now we're going to meet Shep. We're only going to do Shep's base quest. We're not going to be doing the other quest because we don't need the other quest. Why? Because we just did a whole bunch of leveling and we're good.
Mounting up.
Mount up.
Greetings, traveler. New missions are available at the Firestone Bounty Board.
And this shit starts.
You think you ought to be here? All right.
So, of all of my complaints about Borderlands 1, this is going to be the one that annoys me the most. Claptrap never shuts the fuck up. Once I, there might be another place that I grind for experience a little bit later. But, he will constantly, every time I reload back into the game, like, see, the most of these I don't need. Like, look at the amount of experience that I would get out of those. It just isn't good. But every time I reload the game, zone into a new area, Claptrap is going to remind me that there's quest available.
Shep Sanders in the arid Badlands has another job for you.
Look at that. Now, the interesting thing is, the way speedrunners play the game, I don't know what the current strat is, but what they used to do is they would get to a prerequisite number of experience points, or of money. And then they would keep abusing a glitch in the game where this game has it much more prominently than the other ones. But you can complete these challenges throughout the game. Some of them are killing so many enemies, running over so many enemies, things like that. But the one that gets abused is selling items to a vending machine. If you get 600... Oh, did I not turn it in? If you sell, I think it's like 600 or 1,000 items, you get a huge amount of experience because it's considered to be something you get in game. However, what happens is that item... Oh, it didn't let me... I thought I turned it in. That's my bad. What happens is you can rebuy that item that you sold and got the quest, the challenge completed with. Buy it back and continue to resell it over and over and over again. And what happens is you go from like level 5 Or I forget what level it begins at, but you go from like a really low level all the way up until your end game level. You don't need to stop and grind for experience. And I think that's replaced the worm farm. But I haven't seen a Borderlands 1 speedrun in a long time. The game just is not as popular as it used to be. Oh, look at that. It's a cute little alpha. I bet you he has a YouTube channel where he talks about alpha stuff. But you can see I'm only getting like 6 experience points apiece for these guys. So I'm just gonna run away. But this particular hand cannon is actually a damn good hand cannon. And I'll show you here in a moment once I get inside.
Nailed it.
This we got at level 1. You will notice it is still doing damage to people. It's also dismembering them. Which is something I think the other Borderlands games probably should have had, but you know. Now, one of the interesting things you can do is if you're short on cash and you need to get some money, you can grind this box here. Using the same method, you exit the game, reload the game, and you just keep doing that, and you can keep getting that box, and inside is going to be a vending machine that you can use to sell them off. But you can tell I've been playing a lot of Destiny 2 recently. But even the damage on this is so high at base game, you see it's still up there. Compare that to the terrible shotgun I just got at level 10. It's still higher than what that is. Oh,
Don't know who to trust? You can always trust the gun at your side. First aid kit. You won't regret it.
and Gearbox deserves a lot of credit for this game. They really do. However, you can begin to see that the damage scaling on it is beginning to have an effect.
Another notch on my weapon.
Terrible shotgun, combat rifle.
Oh, you know that hurt. Bullseye.
Hello.
Shoot 'em all. I'm gonna kill you.
I really would be happy if I got an early double anarchy, but I don't think that's going to happen this time around. But you can definitely see the difference in the weapons that you get from the game for the year, the collection. Wrong way.
This'll help.
I'm going to be right back in about 2 minutes. I need to use the restroom. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And I'm back. All right.
Nailed it. That's enough.
Now the interesting thing is this game has a lot less of unique weapons in comparison to other games. Like if you take a look at Borderlands 3, there are unique weapons, like legendary weapons, every time you blink your fucking eyes on that game. And a few people actually complained about it. The drop rates are ludicrous. But because of the parts issue, and I kind of mentioned this before, so because the weapons can all spawn with different parts, with the exception of like legendary weapons, because they normally spawn with a few parts. They like have specific parts that they can spawn with. What happens is you end up in this situation where you really don't have much. You have to grind out these weapons to get the best parts for them. And that is true for these games specifically more than Part 3, and specifically with Borderlands 3, that's less of an issue because of the way that it does things. You get so, like no joke, so many. Masher it is. Mashers are one of my favorite guns.
Shots fired from these weapons have a chance of exploding on impact for massive damage.
And you'll see why. Where you at? Bam! 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 Now, oh. Oh, that is broken reload speed. March of the fucking Mashers. My dude.
Stop firing.
Kind of a slow fire speed, but that's alright. You come over here. Oh, look at that!
I love this damn thing. Like having another
So, why mashers are spectacular? Mashers fire out like shotguns do, with a much better spread. And this one has a broken reload speed.
That was all me. Critical, bitch.
Incendiary repeater, fearsome thunder, thunder.
You should be able to get into the mine.
Now, this is kind of where we hit the snag. The next section you can or cannot grind up. The early part of Borderlands 1
There's nothing between you and
is a
flesh.
great deal of
You're
grinding.
one step closer.
And this is definitely in comparison to the other games. I did get the revolver update, right? Nope. Nope, I did not. Okay, got it now. The mines, and especially Sledge, because I mixed up the boss fights. I thought Roid Rage was at a different location, or...
It's come to our attention that you've been at war with elements of the local population.
Yes?
And you've now been contracted to assassinate one of their leaders.
Yep.
This type of unsanctioned mercenary activity undermines the stability of the region. You have been warned.
All right, we got guns over here.
Will not be tolerated.
You're a siren. Do something about it.
Turn yourself in.
And we get to that bitch. So, Commander Steele is one of the more interesting characters. We don't know a lot about her. But you know what we do know? She's a fucking siren. I think... So, Anthony Birch... I forget if he was the primary writer for this one. But he was the writer definitely for 2. I don't think that they had an idea what they were going to do with the sirens until Anthony came along and fleshed out their backstory. So, one of the catches is there can only be 6 sirens in the universe at any given time. In this game, there are several sirens there are 2 sirens that we know about. One is Lilith, and the other is Commander Steele. One of the things that they identify in Borderlands 2 as a sign that you're a siren is these blue tattoos that are stitched across your body. I don't know why someone would do it, but apparently Lilith was bullied as a child for her siren tattoos. You're born into godhood, and people are like, yeah, that's the bitch I'm gonna mock. However, getting off the silliness of that particular line in Borderlands 2 Assault on Dragon Keep, I never saw that as a real thing. I'm sorry. You see someone who's born with these blue, elegant tattoos across their body that if they happen to get angry, they flare up and sometimes they transfer themselves into a different dimension? No! You're not antagonizing that person. I'm leaving that person alone. In fact, I'm not leaving that person alone. I'm buying them a Snickers every single day. Because you're not yourself without a Snickers. You do not mock someone with the ability to phase into your body and explode you from the inside out. I do not see that as a legit thing.
New missions are available at the Firestone Bounty Board.
And I don't know a single person... Oh, where do I gotta go first? I gotta turn the key back in, that's right. I don't know a single person who's gonna do that. If I had more people in here, I'd take a poll. I don't think anyone in here would do that. Where? Oh, I think I got turned around. That happens sometimes with me. Yeah, I was going the right way. I'm not mocking the siren. I'm befriending the siren. It may be a nerd hobby. I'm inviting that siren to my D&D or my World of Darkness games. And then I can evaluate whether or not she's going to turn me inside out and turn me into paste. Because if you ever want to know something about a person, play a game of Vampire the Masquerade with them. That will tell you everything you ever need to know about that person. And it's all based off of the first clan they pick. Because that first clan, the first time you ever make a role-playing character in general, you're going to play one type of character. You're going to play your id. You're not going to recognize it unless you, like, do studies on it. You're not going to recognize that you're playing your id. You're not going to recognize that, yeah, I'm playing out what I want to be. You're just going to go, oh, this is a fun little game. It would be nice to be able to steal from everybody without consequence. I mean, other people do it. Why can't I? And now I'm playing in a game. I can do that. Vampire, of all the games you could ever play, brings out the inner asshole.
Oh, you know that hurt.
And not a little bit, Vampire will bring out everyone's inner asshole. It brings out my inner asshole. Yeah, I'm not gonna grind out here. I can play Vampire with a person and first time playing with them understand what they're going to do. I love my little brother. He likes to derail a campaign real fast. So here's the goals of the campaign. Yeah, I want to play this type of character. Why would you play someone who doesn't want to leave their territory in a game that's love my little brother, I really do. But I don't think I could game with him anymore. Not in a role-playing sense. Although he's matured a lot since we were that young. Violent Thumper. It's a thumper, it's nice.
Always room for more loot.
Incendiary, decent fire speed. I'll hold on to that one for now. But back in our 20s, he loved to derail a campaign. And because I had a limited number of people I could play with, I basically had to play with him, and they were more his friends than my friends. I wouldn't even say that if I was friends with them. They liked that I ran the games, is what it felt like. And they did exactly what I mentioned. They acted out their ids. Yeah, I'm dead. Some of those guys were decent, but most of them were just assholes. Like, me and my little brother would throw parties in our parents' house. He was very good at throwing these parties. In fact, our parents always knew when a party was thrown because the house was cleaner than before they got home, than before they left. I even asked my mom about it, and she's like, yeah, we knew. Because it's pretty much what we would have done.
It's time for my pound of flesh.
Want a pound of flesh? How about that pound? There we go. But yeah. Although I've had some shit players at my table. So I have this cousin who I'm never allowed to speak to again. And there's reasons why, but I'm not allowed to ever speak with him again. And so the way werewolves work in the World of Darkness is they can actually make things like grow with them, and the individual object themselves will grow with them as well. So he's like, I want to play a gunslinger. That way I already knew what he was planning on doing. He wanted to take a regular handgun and turn it into a cannon. Because the gun, if it was bound to him, as what's called a fetish, it would grow in size with him. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, I still want to make this character. Okay, so I want to be crystal clear with you while you're creating your character. It's still only going to do 6 points of damage. It's like, yeah, that's fine. So, we get the other players to sit down with us, and the other players are all experienced as well. And we're sitting down, we're beginning to do this, what's called a session 0. In role-playing, a session 0 is also called a character build session. It can also be used to introduce all the characters. If you built characters like in point-buy systems, you don't need someone to sit there and look over your shoulder while you create your character. All you need to do is bring your character sheet. And then certain things that require approval, like fetishes, which are special items, those get approved by the storyteller on that session 0. And we get down, we start talking about the characters and how they're built, and I go, cousin, it doesn't work that way. Because he wanted the same idea, and then he pitched it to the rest of the table. Now, reasonably, I was angry at this because this is a dick move, and it's an attempt, I'd say gaslighting, but it's an attempt to manipulate other people in order to get his way. I'm not sure if it technically falls under gaslighting, but it's close enough to me. And he sits down and he's like, well, it should work that way, right, player 2? Player 2's like, no. That's not how it works at all. The size of the bullet, once it leaves the gun, will be just another bullet. But, no, you've got it wrong. Justin's right. Now, my cousin, at the time, is a few years older than I am. And because of that, he thinks he's smarter than me. Like a lot of people with ego wrapped up around, stupid shit. Like, you can call me questionable on my vampire knowledge. And I'll be like, yeah, I can understand why I got that wrong. But werewolf is my jam. I like me some werewolf. I'm a survivor. Okay. So he decides that he's going to create this character anyway.
This one is a brute, and he has a powerful shield you will need to whittle down before you can hurt him. Don't let...
And I told him flat out, okay, to be clear, you understand. This is the circumstances. This is how this works. He's like, yes, I get it. Like he was frustrated with me. I'm like, okay, we have that clear. Let's move into the game. Oh, that fucking game. I actually have that video up on my YouTube. It's like buried from like 4 or 5 years ago. Okay. Now you're gonna see me get a little quiet here. Sledge is a pain in the ass. The catch is first getting down that stupid shield of his. Okay, shield is down. Do not act for a moment like I won't take advantage of some stuff like this. Oh, and his shield is already back. Yeah. Okay. And welcome to Sledge. Sledge's shotgun there is a beast of a shotgun. But yeah, Sledge is a pain for multiple reasons. His shield is one of them. And then he has all of his little assistants running around. Uh-oh, too far. And shield's back up. Sledge in and of himself isn't so hard. It's all the extras that go into this boss fight. Crap, 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 crap. Sledge again. Is very, very annoying. You let him rest too much, his shield's coming back. Okay. You're gonna see Pepper move. Pepper, Pepper. Move. Probably about to come back. Aha! 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 No shield recharge for you. Ah, okay. This boss I always found to be a bit challenging solo. With at least one other person, not an issue to be honest. But solo.
Not a man. Bigger and better.
Like I said, he's beatable. Woo!
I bet you would like to know what that is. The vault is real. What you are holding is the key that opens it. One part of it, anyway.
And the catch is, Borderlands 3 was supposed to essentially answer a lot of questions that never got answered. And it didn't. The same questions we had about some of this stuff remains unanswered.
This is Commandant Steele of the Atlas Corporation, Crimson Lance D Company, 3rd Starborn Brigade. I have just been informed that you have arrived on Pandora in search of the vault, and within minutes have started killing the locals and causing a disturbance.
Yep.
This planet is under the authority of the Atlas Corporation.
You've said that before.
Any Iridian artifacts found here.
Let me just stop you there real quick. But Beyonce had one of the best albums of all year. The entire year.
Let's get you rolling. Let's get you rolling. I got the ride.
Now, something about BorderQuest, and I'll talk about this periodically throughout the play sessions, is I do play these in game chronological order. So, it's going to be Borderlands 1, the pre-sequel, 2, and then followed by 3. Now, if the way that I normally play these work out like it typically does, I should be able to complete BorderQuest by the time Wonderlands come out. And Wonderlands, I'm probably going to play the living dog snot out of as well. getting all the character classes up to level 60 or 50 or whatever it's going to be, which is something that is annoying that I do. And it's like obsessive compulsive too.
I'll drink to that. Busted up 9
Like there's
cars,
no
beat
good
the hell
reason
out of Sledge.
for me
You're
to
making
do
a
that
name
at
for
all.
yourself in these parts.
Other than
I already
just
put
to
in the
do it.
clearance to give you clearance on through to the Doll Headland. You ought to.
What did I get? Ammo regen. Okay, I like that. And we're gonna check this one more time. One more time. And nothing I'm gonna want to use.
Greetings, traveler. New missions are available at the
So,
Stone Bounty Board.
Sledge's shotgun is Relentless Stinger, which is good because take a look at that fire rate. Sledge's shotgun is one of the most broken ass shotguns in the game. I still prefer what I'm already using over Sledge's shotgun, but what makes Sledge's shotgun high tier is that you can program basically a macro to, or if you're just good at it, you can drop and pick up the item at the same time, and it instantly reloads the shotgun. So that little 2-second animation of popping out the shells and loading new ones doesn't happen. You just keep going. I apologize. This really is a grindy game, and some of these sections I just don't see as a grind anymore. Even though they technically are, you're going to see me kill Skagzilla a lot. Now, Skagzilla is one of those enemies that I do remember playing with my little brother. And popping up to Skagzilla the first time, yeah, that caught us off guard. We didn't die. We died to it, but we were not expecting the level that thing was. We kind of went back, loaded up properly on ammo and whatnot, and we beat them. But that first time, Skagzilla shocked us. Da 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 da. Although I am curious now, how much does it cost to get this with the
Hey, you seen my gun?
Now, first things first. We are not going to outright go and kill Skagzilla. Skagzilla is not our friend. So first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna save this guy over here.
That ruined my mom's girl parts. Sounds like he's in trouble, so you go on ahead and try and keep him alive long enough so I can kill him at a later occasion.
They actually wrap up this story. They did so in a DLC, but they actually wrapped it up. Yeah, I killed him. I told you I would. I don't even remember who that person is, but I'm about to take him off my friends list. shot in the face, and you're to blame. This is actually better than the shotgun right now. The shotgun has a difficult time getting up at range. Although if I ever did any like modding to Borderlands 1, 2, or 3, I would want to take oh, god damn it. Yep. Bound to happen one night it did. See why this weapon is a beast? I need to do something real quick. That reload speed is the only reason I don't like that rifle.
You never have enough stuff.
There's one more person over here. Wouldn't be the first time one of these games had a glitch like that.
You found a corrosive weapon. Shots fired from these weapons have a chance of splattering acid on your target. The acid eats through armor and flesh in no time at all, and can spread to other nearby enemies.
Ooh, another one bites the dust.
Do 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 do. Yeah, I'm not making that one. And that time, I can't blame the game. That one was all me. I should have known better. Sticking.
frozen blood!
Elite my ass.
There we go. Okay.
Hey, thanks for keeping that dick bag alive long enough for me to pound on later. Much as it pains me to admit, Luck knows the area better than anyone. I want to use him while he's alive for me not having killed him at all.
Okay. Because I have no idea who that guy is.
Get your mans here.
Bye-bye.
Let's trick out your ride.
Mounting up.
Killing them right now doesn't do me any good anyways. Get out. Turn down.
Don't run away! I need your face!
Good old Borderlands and hit detection. Collision detection, I mean. However, at a range, that is a horrible shotgun. That's what I was trying to avoid. But you know what? Whatever.
Nailed it.
Come meet your maker!
Getting better all the time.
Huh? Ha 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 ha. All right. 5 spins. So, one of the things we haven't seen yet that normally does happen is Borderlands 1. I don't know whether it's my computer or the game in general. Does not like to be saved and quit on a lot. In fact, it's a little bit fussy about it.
Cheap, reliable, lightweight, and
Blast Hammer.
Greetings, traveler. New missions are available at the Firestone Bounty Board.
I can't afford it.
Greetings, traveler. New missions are available at Lucky's Bounty Board.
Yeah, I'm good. Now, the Blast Hammer is a nice weapon. It's not going to be in my top tier. Right now, I do have a weapon that's going to be able to carry me through a large portion of this game. But my idea is to get carried all the way through the game. And that is the reason we farm the reason I farm these. Now, I'm actually quite curious, and I wish a speedrunner would tell me. If they got a double anarchy on a run, would they keep using the double anarchy, or would they just give it up for Sledge's shotgun? Because Sledge's shotgun is potent. You're about to see me, on my next part of my grind, use it to take down Skagzilla. And Skagzilla is a beast unto itself.
Tall's guns absorb a lot of recoil, allowing it.
I've joked about this before, but I have actually had a double anarchy level 9 carry me all the way into General Knox's DLC. Now, granted, I was using Mordecai at the time with his shield pin, so I ignored all shields.
Cheap, reliable, lightweight, and
Incendiary, patrol, terrible. And if this is your first time here, I know I haven't said it in a while. This is BorderQuest, my annual playthrough of all of the Borderlands FPS games, and all story-based DLC. I do not play battle arenas. I find them boring to play and even more boring to watch. Blast SMG, and we have one more we're gonna do. I do this once a year. And I've done this for about 5 or 6 years. Not all of the footage is recovered. Like, even now, I forgot to record this. I'm going to have to download it off of Twitch and then upload it to YouTube later. But BorderQuest is something I truly do enjoy doing. I have a lot of memories tied up in this game. And the series in general. Burning Wall, Repeater, SMG... so many garbage. Okay.
I got the ride.
Next thing we're gonna do, we're gonna unlock Skagzilla.
New missions are available at Lucky's Bounty Board.
Hello there, Mad Max Patrol. Oh, sorry, Mad Mel Patrol. Well, ain't that cute? But it's wrong.
Greetings, traveler. New missions are available at
Oh
the
my
Firestone
goodness.
Bounty Board.
Motherfucker. The hell did you think you were? Now, Skagzilla is a very specific monster. I mentioned it earlier. Whenever I first played the game, it kind of took me by surprise. And I was playing it with my little brother, younger brother, whatever. And it was one of those things that kind of came out of nowhere because we thought we were going to be fighting some like little mini boss, and then all of a sudden a giant skag pops out of nowhere, and we were not prepared for that. Illidan was right. We were not prepared. Double Fury. And that led, I didn't realize it back then. I understand it more now. But the damage, the level damage and all that stuff is a huge factor in this game. You take something like Borderlands 2 and the speedruns of it, the amount of grind you have these days is almost non-existent. And you'll actually see me grind against the first, I won't even call it a major boss, but definitely one of the first bosses in the game. And you're going to see a different style of the way that I grind out that monster. That duo. Let's compare that. Oops, wrong way. Watch this. Look at all that damage. Now, because I'm no good at the drop pick up thing, although I do have a programmable mouse, I could probably program the mouse to drop and pick up again. All it would do is make this fight just a little bit faster. I don't remember the last time I got hit by that. Amazing. I really am amazed by that. I don't remember the last time I got hit by that attack.
I'll TC the vehicle.
Come on, baby. Never mind, this Smasher's doing more work.
Here.
Let's see what we got. Nasty Raptor. Relentless. Now, Relentless, I actually like as a base. Surplus Revolver. Now, what I have done, I don't like Mad Mel as a boss. I don't like any of the vehicle-based bosses. Thankfully, there's only one, and that's this one. We're going to come back here. We're going to talk. Oh, no, it's not turned into him. It's turned into the other guy, but that's okay. Violence! Relentless. Blast. Okay.
Atlas spares no expense in making guns that excel in every area.
Greetings, traveler. New missions are available at Lucky's Bounty Board.
Teach those last guys a thing or two about firepower.
Where is it? Grenade. Revolver.
New missions are available
SMG.
at the Firestone Bounty Board.
Look at you roll.
Mounting up.
I really do enjoy playing this game. Not as much as like 2 or even 3. 3 is an interesting game for me. There's just so many, like, they made so many changes to it because it's an active game and it's the one that they want to. Elephant gun, which I will use to kill Mad Mel. There's so many like really potent weapons you can get early in 3 that it makes some of the weapons seem almost pointless. Like, you get this, I forget what it's called, but the flavor text is for the Emperor, or for you-know-who. I think it's the flavor text. It's like, okay, cool, neat, for the Emperor, blah, blah, blah. But a lot of it, and I am going to come back to Skaggy here in a moment. I want to get a couple of these controls down. Alright. But, there's a lot of, issues with 3. I don't think a primary issue is even close to being that there's too many, the legendary rates to drop is too high or anything like that. It's just that a couple of the legendaries just, you get them early and you've got your weapon for the playthrough. Like, if you find a Hellwalker early in that game, all you're using is the Hellwalker. There's no two ways about it. The Hellwalker as a shotgun is, I don't want to say it's broken, but it is immensely powerful. The Maggie, that's another one that, depending on what type of character you're playing through as, that might be the only weapon you ever pick up. The same can be kind of said of 2, though. like, when I start playing 2, you're going to see me get one specific handgun. And that Unkempt Herald is going to carry me through a lot of that game. And the Unkempt Herald is just... it's top tier. And it's early top tier, too. Oh, sorry about that. Go. Open up that dick sucker. Come on, keep opening the mouth.
And badder.
He was just being frustrating. Desert, repeater, incendiary, brutal. I mean, this is still technically a casual playthrough. I'm not actually speedrunning or anything like that. This is just something I like to do. Compared to a lot of other games that I've played throughout gaming history, this was one of the series I kept coming back to. And I remember the first BorderQuest, I think, was leading up to Borderlands 3. Or somewhere in that time frame. Or I did it like 6 months before Borderlands 3 was supposed to come out, or a year. Back when there was a ton of hype around it. Ruthless, which means high fire rate, by the way. Relentless, same thing. Patrol. Okay. Whoops, I did not want to sell.
Greetings, traveler. New missions are available at Lucky's Bounty Board.
Whether you are killing bad guys or exploring the unknown, you need a trusty gun by your side.
Okay. Kill a couple of more Mad Mel's folks. And then we're going to run another skag.
Mounting up.
Greetings, traveler. New missions are available at the Firestone Bounty Board.
Okay. Okay, that was lucky. I will not even pretend that wasn't luck. And again, Skagzilla is another place where it's easy experience. And then they got things like that. I think the way, like, there's a lot of fun to be had in this game if you're playing. One year, what I'd really like to do, and I know it's not possible because of people's schedules, I would love to do a full 4-person playthrough. And do a 4-person BorderQuest. But I don't think I'll ever have a day where I can see that happen. Because I don't know anyone who has 2 weeks worth of streaming time to just sacrifice to a project like this.
Another notch on my weapon.
Okay, we have Rusty, Primal, Scattergun, Incendiary, Caustic, Repeater, Puny Repeater, Stabilized Revolver Combat. Oh, that's a nice one. So, something to know about this one here. Check out that fire rate. Like, no joke. Tell me that isn't awesome. Now, I have actually gotten almost my ideal. I don't want to say it was my perfect one. It wasn't my unicorn. A unicorn being one that is statistically probable, but realistically unlikely to occur. See another Ruthless, Bruiser. If you take a look at the difference, take a look at the damage difference. Okay, let me go ahead and save you real quick. Save you real quick because I don't want to sell you. We've got one more of Mel's to kill.
I'll TC the vehicle.
Come on, where are you? There you are. There we go. Now, the catch to Mad Mel is one of those bosses that is not a lot of fun solo.
Bandits or no, those were some pristine tail-getting machines.
So, let's see how this doll machine gun awesome. Now, the idea for the game is actually pretty solid. What the game expects you to do is to run around doing side missions. Now, get your level up high enough where you don't have to worry about grinding out a boss or so. Let's see. Double repeater. Slightly improved masher. And that is, besides like bosses like Mel, my only real serious complaint is that you do have to grind in this game. The changes in 2, pre-sequel, and 3 brings that down to a wonderful degree. But I want to get a little bit higher level before I go and fight Mel. I really do not like that boss fight. I think it's poorly designed, and it's designed basically around what I think the intention of the game was, and that is to have multiple people. See, like that... Okay. So let's see. See the big old difference there? So, double repeater. Like, I've not come across a double anarchy version of a handgun yet. Of a... they call them repeaters in this one, but I haven't come across a double anarchy version of it. If I did, you'd probably see me ranting and raving about how much I like that one too. But I normally go into Mel level 22 or 23. And sadly, that is what ends up happening with this game a lot. And I think it's its one real drawback is the level differences matter to an absurd degree. Like, now you can see me actually doing damage to him, to Skagzilla. Just raw, even against his armored pieces. Although, one game I would recommend right now, I'll be honest, it's getting overshadowed by Elden Ring. Forbidden West is a lot of fun. And that's what a proper weapon can do for you. Two of them? You are too generous, Skagzilla. What do we have here? Static Stinger. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the other one. The faster fire rate is compensating big time. Swift Law. Big Sauce Repeater. And this really is, like I said, the worst part of this game. Is it feels like if you don't have a good enough weapon, all that's going to happen is you're going to end up having to take 3 times as long to do something. If you're not the right level, you're going to have to take what feels like days longer. Like today's going to be one of my longer streams because I haven't done a long stream in a while. For the rest of the week, including Sunday, Sunday's going to be one of those days that's for BorderQuest that's kind of hard. Hostile. I don't like that one though. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna continue to do what we're doing now. I'm gonna stick with my normal plan. And my wife knows that BorderQuest is something I like to do every day until it's completed. Sundays might be the exception day because that's her day. But if I do, I'll probably negotiate with her to either stream in the morning or in the evening. And at which point it'll probably be like a 3-hour stream. All I gotta say is at least I'm not pulling some DSP shit where it's like, well, I can't do it, dude. I can't do it. That dude. I gotta work on my car today and get it fixed, and that's gonna be a pain in the ass. You get me talking about technology, how to put a computer together, information security, definitely. You're gonna hear me talk a lot about that. I'm your guy. Ask me to fix a car. I know how to change my tires. I technically know how to change the oil, but I've never done it. Viper, rocket launcher, Swiftlaw, revolver, Fang Torments. Now, one of the interesting things about this game, and I think this happened because this game came out way before a lot of the other similar games that started the... I would say this is probably the first real shooter, or whatever you want to call it. Way before Destiny. And I think one of the things that's kind of interesting about it, and it's something that goes underrated, is how much they actually did for the genre. Yeah, like none of these have an extraordinary fire rate, so I'm not gonna use them if I can avoid it.
New missions are available at the Firestone Bounty Board. Greetings, traveler. New missions are available at Lucky's Bounty Board.
I was debating this. So Gearbox is one of the few companies that has more clout than what most companies can do with a platform like Epic Games Store. I don't like EGS for several reasons, but the big one being is how they kind of bully people into this. And it's not big developers, because big developers, they can't get away with it. But smaller developers like... I'd have to pull one up. But a lot of the smaller developers that go on their platform can only be on their platform. EGS, for the life of the PC release, has complete and total authority over it. From a store perspective, not anything else. And that annoys me. Like, I like what they do. Give more money to the developers, you'll get more games out of them.
Up in the kill count.
Ooh. And it's a level 2. But the smaller developers who don't have that type of pool as someone like Gearbox, they get into some shitty positions with EGS. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I agree with what they're vocalized statement of intent is. That intent is to make the PC gaming stores more equitable. Make it more fair, because Steam has the bulk of that market. Let's not pretend for a moment that they don't. The majority of games on PCs are bought through either Steam or directly through the publisher. So on the surface, I actually agree with what their mission statement is. However, that's not what they do in practice.
I'll TC the vehicle.
I actually got banned out of someone's chat for talking about EGS. And this was back when Borderlands 3 was coming out. So, like, I want to say 2019. I was more annoyed that I got banned than anything else, because I was like, hey, look, talking about this stuff gets the dude upset. You might want to drop the line of discussion. He does have the ban hammer after all, and I think that's what annoyed him, is I actually mentioned that he bans me. And of course the guys and mods were being douchebags, and I actually sent in an appeal because they finally added appeals. But yeah, I actually may end up playing some more of this today. Get the bulk of Borderlands 1 out of the way early. Ooh, what did you drop? Mugshot! Okay, that's gonna be my last one. I got a badass, like the mugshot's a good one. And we're gonna see how I do on Mad Mel. I really dislike Mad Mel. Like, from a conceptual design perspective, like, okay, cool, yeah, that's neat.
There's no expense in making guns that excel in every area.
But in practice, it is just abysmal. Okay.
Remember, you can always count on Marcos for the best guns around.
Oh no, that's the one I wanted. Okay.
New missions are available at the Firestone Bounty Board.
Alright. Time to go fight Mad Mel.
Hey, let's get you rolling, man.
And I actually don't need the elephant gun now because I've got the mugshot.
Okay, this Mad Mel guy, I know him. He's the one that's been stealing all my runners and putting them in the hands of these jagoffs. Hey, you say hello from Scooter. And by that I mean you just go murder the crap out of him, alright?
So yeah. This is meant to be literally a car fight. But the problem is, there's no way to recover a car once you're inside of here. So that's where it fails for me as a as kind of a boss arena. But you're gonna see me do some shady shit in other. Like, the only other time I think that they actually do kind of a car boss fight is in Borderlands 2 during the Badass Craven Badassitude. Sorry, Campaign of Carnage. It has a name. See? And that's the reason I hate this boss fight. Right there. You can get run over. Woo. Like I said, I don't like this fight.
Well, who friggin' raw? Mad Mel is gone, blood is worthless piece of crap soul. You become quite...
Mounting up.
I've received proof of Mad Mel's demise. Claptraps everywhere will rejoice. Please wait while I enable access to New Haven. Yes. Ooh, check me out. Oh, come on, get down.
Sorry, I was muting a tab because it kept going off.
I'm transmitting to inform you that I've made a decision I think you won't like. As Administrator of New Haven, I am responsible for the well-being of its citizens. And in that capacity, I must keep the road to Sanctuary closed for now. Baron Flint's tribe and that infernal contraption of theirs are out on the Salt Flats, and I don't want citizens getting killed trying to get past them.
Scooter asked me to tell you about a little something he needs done. You should ask him about it.
Now, this is actually a really good place. Occasionally you get double,
I have concluded that the vault is more than likely genuine. In addition to that fact, which has probably burned a hole in your brain, the vault can only be opened once every 2 centuries, and that time is about to arrive.
shits and giggles on this time. Let's see, anything good in here? Ooh. Oh! Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay. You are out of rotation. You are out of rotation. You are replacing that. So the hive is good up to a certain point. But you can't beat that. Do I have two? Yeah. We're gonna swap. You for that, and then you for that. Sometimes I can get away with that. Oh, that's right. You have to. So, grenade jumping is a thing in this game. I'm just lazy. Okay, what the hell do I go up again? Here we go. Yeah, that's all right. I'm not gonna go looking for people's porn in this game, anything like that.
Hey, you
But,
see my gun?
I stuttered and I paused for a moment. There's actually, right here, we'll occasionally open up and have a second gun vending machine.
Yes? Did you need something? That's all for the time being.
Hello! There are new missions available at the New Haven Bounty Board.
I am talking. The lady with
I
scars
might start a
where her face
little
should be
bit,
believes that
stop a
you and I
little
are
bit
looking for
earlier
the
than
same
expected
thing.
today.
You should come to me now so I can see the artifact you have recovered.
Common. Please wait while I activate the gate.
Shoot 'em all.
I am just
So there is a section, whenever we're going up for Crom. It's not Crom. I actually don't ever have a real significant issue with Crom. I have a problem with the turrets to get to Crom. And I'm talking about the turrets outside of his base. I'm not talking inside of the dungeon or inside the instance. I'm talking the ones on the way to the instance. Those turrets mess me up 1,000% of the times. We're gonna see how I do this week, or how I do this this year. Then we're gonna come over here. We're gonna visit Tanis. Now, Tanis has a couple of red chests outside her place. This can be a stopping point. In this place, there are several groups of monsters that are stupid. And by stupid, I mean stupid. These guys, for instance. Now that they're dead, I don't have to worry about them. These guys can be just as annoying.
Real mistake. Bigger and better.
There we go. Stuff like that makes this game fun. Ooh, this is another small chest, but you never know what you're gonna get out of it. So I always check chest. Crazy Earl. As fun as a universe like this would actually be, where you have access to weapons like this, I don't think I'd ever want to live in it. And if you don't know why, so let's say you are just on some other planetary body. You're nowhere near the actual action.
Always nice to get resupplied.
Ooh. Okay, where are you at? Where'd you go? All right. Okay. Spread's a lot better. Not the same. Nowhere near the damage. Yeah. And see, that's something that is significantly different between this game and the rest of the Borderlands games. For the most part, you can absolutely ignore legendaries in this game. Because not all of the legendaries are better than some of the grays. Like, some of the white gear in this game is better than legendaries. And it's probably the reason I like the double anarchy so much. And it is because you can take a level 9
Always room for more
SMG all the way towards the proper end game. And no joke, I've done that. I've taken a level 9 SMG and beaten the game. Never upgrading it. And the end of the first run of the game is around level 30. And that's kind of the catch that happens. And like I said, this game brings back a lot of memories. I played a lot of this game. Like, my younger brother was in here earlier. He talked about playing a lot of it. No. Not as much as me. Don't get me started on 2. Although they did, like, everything they could right with this game. First off, they did not use a photorealistic art style. In all honesty, that photorealistic art style would not have aged as well as this game has. And if it was photorealistic and it looked like garbage, you would not see me replaying through the games like I do. Now, I'm not a graphics guy. Graphics matter, but they don't matter as much as people put the emphasis on it. But I'm not one of those guys who are going to go, oh, well, it's all about the graphics. No. The photorealistic graphics of, like, I think it was 2003 or 2004, whenever this game came out. I can double check here in a moment. They were nowhere near where they are today. Take a look at the COD game from that year. They did not age well. And that's kind of the catch. Is there's a difference between poor graphics and graphics that don't age well. Like, I can go back. You can play Mario, and you wouldn't say those graphics are bad. You would describe them as more pixel art or 8-bit or something like that. you wouldn't describe Super Mario Brothers as bad graphics. But whenever you're pushing photorealism, that uncanny valley that does happen will pop up in these. And that's kind of the catch, is that it's very easy in these cases to suddenly lose that, hit that uncanny valley. And it can happen pretty damn quick too. Let's see. Extra team experience, grit, deploy. No. And that's kind of the point that I'm getting at. It isn't about, like, graphics good, graphics bad. But the photorealistic graphics that they originally was going to do for this game would not have panned out in the end. By modern audiences, this game would be panned. So for me, I'm glad they went with the cell shaded. Comparatively. What was this again? No, I'm not going to use it, but I can still sell it. And that's kind of the catch. They did everything right with this game. They made the weapons fun. Like, until this game came out, do you recall a game ever having a masher type weapon?
What you want?
I'm gonna do that only because I'm gonna be in the area anyways.
Is this thing turned on? Look it, I ain't talking you about Jack Monkey's squawk too.
Nailed it.
Like, I never heard of a masher type gun where you have a revolver that shoots like a shotgun. Much less the spread is a lot different than a shotgun too, and that's kind of one of the bigger factors on it for me. Let's see, what do we have in here today? Spike shotgun, I'll take you. And right now, the only reason I'm picking up weapons is to sell them later.
Oh, that hurt. Target hit.
Part of this mission is to kill people, so you're going to see me killing a lot of people here. We have a matador, and we have a terrible scatter gun. Oh, they're up there. Okay. There you go. Have some grenades. And that was another thing that changed between 1 and 2. Is, your action skill doesn't instantly end whenever you go down.
Nailed it.
I know there are stronger grenades to have. Like, the transfusions are okay comparatively, but I do prefer them over other grenades because they can help me back up. Especially if you don't have a health recovery shield. Like you have? You have a ruthless. I don't want a ruthless. Pick up the explosives so I can blow up more people. See, like that stock sticky shot grenade does the same amount of damage per bullet on the per pellet on the transfusion grenades.
Nailed it.
And I know that there's going to be another like, this is why certain weapons in this game just reach appeal to me.
Oh, you know that hurt.
Just a shield. After this game, up until Borderlands 3, mashers just went away. Like, the only masher you had, really, was the Maggie. And that was a random legendary drop you'd have to get. What do we got here? We got a caustic. Yeah, this was one of those things, like, whenever you're playing through a game like this and you want to make sure you get all the best pathing for experience you can, never ignore quests like this. The sea charge plants was on the way there. So we're not talking about something where you have to go out of your way or mildly even. Ooh. Hostile. And I think one of the things that Borderlands 3 really did, they improved their model. They didn't elevate gaming again or anything like that with Borderlands 3. But it is definitely possible to see why vaulting would change that game up. Next thing we're going to have to do, we're going to have to get him drunk. I just saw on a stray bullet out of nowhere. So the game will occasionally have these glitches where the enemies can fire all the way through everything. their bullets just have no clip on them, and it won't clip into any of the geometry, and it'll still kill you, or it'll still hit objects that have telemetry. I'm not even sure if telemetry is the right word. Anyways, occasionally it will just shoot right through everything on the map and kill you. Or it'll hit a barrel and it'll blow the barrel up, and there's no enemies around, so you can't get back up. So you can get knocked down again. Because they ain't never going to keep you down.
If you need healing, step right up.
Now, that explosive MIRV you just saw, that would do more damage than anything else that I have when it comes to grenades. Even though it only says 50 as its base damage, it has more pellets that drop out of it, which gives it a higher probability for high DPS. However, it doesn't provide anything back in return. It's not doing any particular type of elemental damage, so we want to avoid those. And this is more casual playthrough stuff. This isn't like hardcore speedrunning stuff.
Funny thing about selling. Everyone needs to buy, but no one wants to be sold. Not everyone has the knack for selling, you know. Take you, for instance. You always accept the price as is. You don't even try to negotiate.
Why? I have more money than you do, really.
You're going to need a partner who
Well,
knows
kind
how
of.
to sell. A partner
What's
like
interesting... What's interesting about Marcus... That's interesting. Sorry, got distracted. Whether, Marcus is arguably one of the richest people in the Borderlands. I don't know why he's stuck, like, because he isn't stuck on Pandora. We know that there's other ships out there. We know that there's more places besides Pandora. We know he does business on different planets. So, the question becomes, why does he have that crappy little bus? Just based off of the Vault Hunter alone. And let's assume, let's go ahead and make an assumption here. Doctor said it's the same way. So is whoever owns the third type of machines, the ammo machines. Sorry, that's Marcus. And throughout the games, we're constantly buying ammo from him. Why is he, like, rocking around as one of the cheapest motherfuckers in the world? Just one of those things that I wouldn't say annoyed me, but it's like a storyline. It's not a plot hole. It's more just of an inconsistency in storytelling. Because it's a great way to show how poor this place is.
You gotta squeal before we cook you.
Like, and they never try to explain it. That's the more interesting thing to me. At least as far as I know, there's never a line where Marcus says, oh yeah, I'm not going to bring a nice bus onto this piece of shit planet. He just doesn't. And in and of that, that's actually a really interesting storytelling device. Because it gives him at least an air of mystery to me. Now, maybe I'm overthinking things, and that's a byproduct of a lot of different things that go on in my brain. But a lot of this stuff is quite amusing. Like, give it a second thought, and it's like, okay, that's interesting. Why does Marcus have this cheap little bus when he could definitely own his own planet at this point? And probably does. So why is he acting like the Vault Hunters? Because canon-wise, there's like 14 or yeah, there's 14 canon Vault Hunters. You can't count Jack's people because Jack's people were I don't count them as Vault Hunters. They were just mercs. Right? You know what? Let's count them as Vault Hunters. So they were Vault Hunters. So you're looking at 16, 18 people. 16, 18, 20 people. Or, sorry, 19. Because Jack's body double isn't a Vault Hunter. So you've got 19 people who have continued to supply your company with tons of money. And we're not talking an inconsequential amount of money either. Green higher. You should be able to afford more. You should be able to put like platinum shielding on your vehicle. There should be at no point where any level of firearm should be able to work it. Like, one of the things that the Fight for Sanctuary did really well, and if you haven't played it, play that. Fight for Sanctuary is amazing as far as I'm concerned. That DLC was spectacular. Little retconny, but yeah, I'm not gonna to harp on the retconniness of it. But what was amazing about it is that they talk about the shielding around Sanctuary could have been a lot better. Patrol, painful sweeper, no. And it makes you think, yeah, why don't they have better stuff? Why isn't, like, Lilith just vamping people in and out of existence? And they decide to give us an explanation. It's hard to do others. And I'm just coming down here for the extra experience, and I believe there's another red chest over here as well. There's at least a yellow chest. Then I do some shit like that. Oh, look at that. Isn't that cute? Dance for me, motherfucker. Look at that. Another chest. Come on. Come on. There it is. Repeater, double repeater. Okay. That way we don't have to walk back through the entire map again. Ugh. gonna say this again. I don't see how DSP can't do this shit. Like, me and the dude's the same age. I'll be popping 40 in August. I've gotten up to use the restroom once. And I've been streaming for nearly 4 hours now. How the hell can't he do this? But I've been doing it for a longer period of time. And, like, that's my thing about some of these streamers who try to act like they're these poor, unfortunate souls. Motherfucker, you get to play video games for a living. You give me that same size audience, I'm treating them like gods. All of them. Like, the only reason I'm so argumentative with Kermit is because he's my little brother. And I disagree with some of the things that he says. And see, look at that. Sudden jump up to the next level. Yeah, I'm going to stream till 1. I was thinking about stopping at 12. I'm going to go an hour longer. Then I'm going to eat my lunch. And I'm not even going to eat lunch first. So I got my car repaired a few months ago. But my wife got a new truck and she likes to drive the truck. She doesn't like the car. So we just kind of parked the car and we keep using the truck over and over and over again. And the tire pressure on one of my tires was low, so I, like, well, I don't feel like having to delay my Sunday business. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to leave it here for the time being, and then I'm going to do it next week. Nope. Just kept forgetting, being lazy. I might have to get a new battery on my car. But, while I'm sitting there doing all that, I found out that the, oh, fucking turrets time. Turrets time, turrets time. I hate that fucking shit.
You should ask him about it. Greetings! Helen Pierce has more jobs for you in New Haven.
Are you about ready to get rolling?
That's another one.
Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. I like macaroni, chilling with my homies.
Let's teach them a lesson.
But whenever I took my car into the shop to be fixed up a few months ago, what they did is they got the bolts that hold in the hood latch came undone, and when I finally started working on get my car running, I was gonna go somewhere, car didn't start. My wife actually told me my car didn't start, and I'm like, really? That's odd. So I go out there and I try to start my car, and my wife thinks I did it just to, like, antagonize her, I guess. Like, I didn't believe her type of thing. It's like, no, it's not that I don't necessarily didn't believe you. I just want to double check for myself. So I get out there, and I start working. I take a look at my car, and I'm like, okay, that's weird. Well, let's go ahead and jump it. We got this thing for Christmas that allows you, that has a little charge to it. You plug it into the wall, it builds up charge, and then once you build up the charge, you can just, boom, plug it in, bam, jumps the car. Actually pretty neat and convenient. But what I found out, I did the hood latch thing. Pop! Okay, the hood didn't really pop up. That's a little unusual. But you know what, alright, whatever. I'll just go around front, lift it up, and take a look at it. Yeah. I couldn't lift the hood up. It took me a few minutes to get that hood up. Once I got the hood up, I found out there was no bolts on that latch. Okay, let's see what we got here. Ooh, I just thought about that. I don't have a sniper.
Scooter asked me to tell you about a little something something he needs to
Nah, no worries. Okay.
ask him about it.
I just wanted to get that. That's what the real reason I came here. But I never miss an opportunity to check a vending machine. Plus, getting that is a good waypoint because then I can fast travel to it later. But yeah, I found out the rough way that my hood at any point could have just popped up on me while I was driving. I was not a happy camper. However, what's good is I got my bolts in, and after I'm done streaming today, I'm actually going to go out there and get them plugged, screwed in. That way I can start driving my car again. And I'm betting the tire pressure on my right front tire is going to be low again, too. Alright, let's see if I can zoom my way through this one. Zoom, zoom, zoom! Come on, come on, come on. Oh, why'd you put me there? Why'd you put me there? Come on. Motherfucker. Okay, I tried. So we're gonna do this the Justin method. I have this nice little scoped rifle. I hate these turrets. I hate these turrets with a passion that is dwarfed by the dying of a star. Almost done. Next one down. And then there's number 3, which is by the actual gate. Hot dog and bologna. I got the macaroni. Please leave me alone now. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I tried to put down a healing rift. Okay, I've been playing a lot of Destiny 2, like 80 hours of Destiny 2 in the last 2 weeks. Since Witch Queen, Rise of the Witch Queen, or whatever it's called, came out. And because of that, I'm used to the controls in Destiny 2. So one of the things that I have on my character, because I play a Warlock, is a healing rift. And I'm sitting down, and just a moment ago, you saw me kind of duck behind that corner and then use my knife. I was trying to put down a healing rift. Like, that's kind of amazing, right? Not even paying attention. Default.
Are you about ready to get rolling?
Take him out. I got something. Critical, biatch.
Oh, I must have gotten the gunner off of it. Okay, good. But yeah, healing rift. Oh, I don't have that ability in this game.
Who needs a real doctor? You got my machines in there scaring needles.
Oh, did I buy medkits? Okay, that was not my intention. Are you? See, and there's another thing that you probably didn't notice it earlier. I just tried to melee him with C. Like 80 hours of Destiny 2 in a week, and yeah, I'm gonna be trying to do their commands over these. Mother, ugh. So that type of stuff amuses me. There's streamers I watch, and I hate watch a couple people that are like, I was just playing a different game, so I don't know the controls. Yeah, that's not a reason. You die because you failed as a gamer, not as someone else failing you. Like, I'll talk about these people. Like, a lot of these... There's a lot of folks, and this is more of a general thing, that got big on YouTube. Or they had explosive growth on YouTube at one point. And they are of the opinion and of the mind that that growth should still be around today. Now, I mention it that way because I've recently been rewatching like DSP stuff, and it's a bad path to go down. Is to rewatch someone who doesn't do good material. It becomes a pattern of what's going to be his next stupid hot take. And that's kind of the catch, is no one's watching his gameplay anymore. Everyone's watching his pre-streamed podcast, but what happens is once he's done with this stupid hot takes, oh my god, some of this stuff. So I don't like Frosk. If you don't know who Frosk is one of the hosts of G4 TV now, and she's had a couple of really hard hot takes. She's gotten a lot of shit over some of the shit that she said recently. And I'm sitting down and I'm listening to him talk, and he's talking about Destiny 2. And I'm like, okay, why is he talking about Destiny 2? This is odd. Like, I've never seen him play Destiny. I never saw him play Destiny 2. Why is he talking about this? And what he's trying to get at is a lot of people live in their little bubbles. They stay in their bubbles. They don't leave their bubbles. But he was trying to use Destiny, and he did that boomer thing, and God, I feel stupid for even saying it that way, where you intentionally mispronounce things, not necessarily because you don't know what it is, but because you're trying to make fun of it. That old joke, that old chestnut. And I'm sitting down, and I'm watching him. He's trying to sit there and talk shit about Destiny 2's expansion. And it's like, okay, yeah, and? So Destiny 2 had a new expansion came out. But that's not... And he's sitting there trying to say, like, that's not bringing any new people in. Yeah, I don't think you have the analytics to support that. Like, it was... Like, some of the hot takes are just... Like, they're inaccurate. Like, Ross saying that... PlayStation is a dead man walking as a company. Well, they don't have a lot of exclusives, so they're a dead man walking. Really? PlayStation. Who can't keep their consoles on the shelves right now. Can you go out and get an Xbox Series X? Because with him, you always have to say the entire name of the full console. And I'm like, yeah, but you're wrong.
Another piece of the key without my help.
And the truth is, a lot of people are getting like that. And it's aggravating.
Others are starting to...
Because will Destiny 2 with the Witch Queen pull in more market share than Elden Ring is right now? No. Elden Ring is a monolith in gaming at the moment.
Mounting up.
To deny that is wrong. You can take a look at the Twitch numbers. If I was playing Elden Ring, I may or may not have a couple more people in here. I don't know. But Elden Ring is dominating a lot of the conversation. Is it the only thing people are talking about? No! Destiny 2 is tearing up its market share. Do you know why it's not being talked in the same conversation as Elden Ring? Because it's a completely different genre. Is there some crossover between the two genres? Yeah. There's a lot of people who play a lot of different genres of game. But oh my, don't tell him that he's wrong on this and that he's making a hot take, because he's been playing video games on the internet for 15 years. I know I've been harping on him, but I really have been hate watching him recently, and it's fucking influencing me. Like, I'm tired of people like him. Not him specifically, although he's definitely included in this. That think they're these megalithic influencers in gaming. Like Randy Pitchford, and I'm only using him because I'm playing a Borderlands game right now, is going, I wonder what DSP thinks about Borderlands 3. Will he play for an hour or longer outside of his normal streaming habits? No. From Software isn't going to listen to what he's saying.
Always room for more loot.
because many people have just flat out fucking showed him that he's wrong. I'm aggravated about it, and to be honest. There's so much that he could be doing with the clout that he has. I got 1,000 subs this month. Dude, you have nearly 200,000 subscribers on your YouTube channel. The fuck are you happy for 1,000? Your channel is stagnant. Because let's be honest, on YouTube, once you typically hit 100K, your channel typically blows the fuck up. Not a little bit, it blows the fuck up. I've seen it happen way too often. That even happens at the 10K mark. There's a guy named BioRoxas. He's a Kingdom Hearts streamer, commentator. He didn't do a lot of theories, but he does a lot of breakdowns and analysis of the game itself. He did a lot of analyzing different forms throughout the different games. And he got big. I didn't. I was doing, I wouldn't say similar content, but I was doing Kingdom Hearts content right before Kingdom Hearts 3 came out. I did 100 days of Kingdom Hearts, which was stupid. Or it was 75 days of Kingdom Hearts or something like that. I did a video every day for nearly 3 months or more than 3 months. I forget exactly how long. And sitting down and watching someone like that get big, you see that at about 10K, that growth goes from maybe 50 subs a day to 1,000 subs a day. I think he's sitting at somewhere like 100K on his channel. Why? Because he produced content and there was change to it. Like, BorderQuest is my thing. Like, it really is. Every year, no matter what, you're going to see me do a BorderQuest. It's something I like to do. If I got to 100,000 subs on YouTube and I could stream full time, which personally I would fucking love, I would end up in a situation where this would never exit my content. It would take a lot less time to do because I could do it all day long without any problems. But being honest, let's hit that honesty point there. This would only be part of it. If you're going to do a variety channel, you have to play the games to completion. While all of your peers, and this is, I think, is where I really get upset about it, and I'm just bitching about this because there's no one here, and the likelihood of even this video blowing up, or even this segment blowing up on YouTube is so slim, it's fucking absurd. Let's assume for a moment I have a variety channel. I have 500 viewers in here on a regular basis. What they're going to want to see is they're going to want to see these games completed. They're not always going to want to see it 100%ed, which is something that Co does. But you want to know what the difference between Co and people like DSP is? And specifically people like DSP. Is that he finishes the game in a decent time frame. It may be treated as a job for his streaming purposes, which means he'll stream for 8 to 10 hours a day, and then he's done with it. He goes off and he does the other stuff that you typically do when you have a full-time job. But you know what the real catch is? He finishes the game, Quickly! Like, and like I said, I'm bitching about this because it's been on my brain and I wanted to get it out. A really good example of this is how long it's taken for Phil to beat Pokemon Arceus. Arceus is a week-long game. And I'm not talking about like hardcore playing through it. I'm talking about a general playthrough. That game is a week-long game. No ifs, ands, or buts to it. If you hustle through the game, and I'm not even talking like a casual hustle. I'm talking not even like a speed run. I'm talking like you sit down and you play the game for a few hours a day. You're going to beat it before the end of a week. But if all you're doing is trying to stretch out that gameplay to last longer, yeah, you're going to have the problems that he has. There's going to be a point where you spend 15 hours in a place that is nonsense. Like, I'll say this over and over again. If you don't like playing video games while you stream, people are going to notice. And people aren't going to want to watch your gameplay streams. They're going to watch you to fail. And that is where his content is these days. They're fail streams. No one's there to see him do well. And he doesn't even, and like this is the other part of it. He doesn't even embrace it.
Shoot 'em all.
He wants to act like he's like again, mixing up controls. He wants to act like he's like one of these top tier fucking god gamers. And what he is he's low tier at best.
Oh, you know that hurt.
Like at least low tier god LTG has kind of embraced that fucking role that he's accidentally assigned to himself, where he's this fucking minstrel show on Twitch. He's at least accepted his role. He's embraced it. He's jumped into it. And while I don't think LTG is a good person, he's definitely an asshole. Because his acting isn't good enough to say anything else. Like, my God, I've seen some bad actors, but he takes the cake. Trauma hires better actors. Okay. But yeah, there's a lot of people out there who are streaming and playing and trying to act like they're these fucking gods amongst men. And it's like, no. LTG is above average member of the FGC, the fighting game community. But let's be honest here. Except for his sycophants, ain't no one there to watch him do well. And he knows that. He's embraced that. And there can be a lot to be said for being able to embrace your shortcomings. And DSP has never done that. So some of you may or may not know this. I have alternative accounts. I have several alternative accounts because occasionally I like to troll. I like to talk about things that I know about, and occasionally that gets me in trouble. So I have several alternative accounts. So I'm in his chat telling him, look, you spend 60 to 90 minutes, and you stretch out to that 60 minutes someday. When the entire audience is telling you to get on with it, and you're like, does anyone else have any other questions? Does anyone else have any other questions? Yeah, you're stalling. You're trying to hit that hour mark so it looks like a podcast. You're avoiding gameplay. That's all you're doing. And everyone can see that. Well, I'm passionate about games. No, you're not.
I should warn you about tennis. There is something strange about
If you were passionate about gaming, you'd be like, all right, let's get done with this stupid shit. But people come to expect that from me. No! They're trying to help you. Well, you can't please everybody all the time. No! You seem barely able to please anyone any part of the time. Trying to talk like you're fucking superior than everyone else around you. Like I said, this has been sitting on my mind for a while. And you sit down and you take a look at the way that his content is run. And now I have to level up a little bit more because the next part about Janistown is hard. Okay. And actually, this is where I'm going to call it today. I'm just at over 4 hours of streaming. We've gone all the way up to New Haven, the Janistown area. What we're going to do is we're going to stop here and we're going to come back to it later. Tomorrow, sometime during the day, I don't know when, you're going to see me streaming again. And it's just going to be continuing on from here. We can actually see the next quest is right over here. And I might find a better grinding place for this. Because Janistown is a dumpster fire whenever it comes to actually finishing it on time without grinding up levels. With that said, I want to say thank you everybody who was here, whether in passing or staying for a long period of time. I really appreciate you being here. Kermit, if you can hear me, thank you for the gift sub again. I'm sure, let me see, I think it was the Minute of Demon it went to. I'm sure Demon is appreciative of that. I hope everyone has a great day, good morning, good afternoon, good night, whatever time of day it is, may joy be to every last one of you.